Good morning, good afternoon, traders. Welcome everyone on a sunny Friday trading day. And seems like at this time the market is in a good mood too, thanks to the PPI numbers. And I hope you are ready for the final trading day of the week with some great opportunities ahead, especially because of the fact that earnings season officially started. Traders, big banks just kicked off with the earnings first, like JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Morgan Stanley, BlackRock. So a lot to go already in the pre-market. It's a lot is going on. So let's see. Let's just dig deep into the news. First of all, I hope you had a beautiful green trading day yesterday. Personally, I just broke my 8 or 9 green day streak with a red day. Unfortunately, seemed like the market is not on my favor. I just took a really nice trades on the technical level side, technical analysis side, but it did not work out. Very hard trading day we had, especially in the beginning of the day, in my opinion. After that, everything just started to go down, and the market just gave back a lot from this Wednesday rally. And at the end of the day, all of the indices just ended into the red side, traders. Today, though, we are starting in a small green and not a huge one, 0.28 on the SPY, triple Q 0.22. Thanks, first of all, to the bank stocks earnings already. As I've seen, JP Morgan did very well. It's into the green, but we are just going to talk about soon. I hope the sound is okay. If you just notice anything which is not okay, please just let me know. Hi, Lee, good morning to you. Nice to see you. Todd, Dor, Marco, good morning. Brian, DVG, early bird. Hi, good morning. Davide, nice to see you in the VIP room, traders as well. And of course, welcome the team, Clifton, DVG, and Scott. All right, traders, so let's see what is going on, what is shaping the markets today. Well, I must tell you, it's not a question what's going to shape the markets today about the economic news. It's the tariffs news. And of course, yes, we have new updates again. Seems like there is no day going on without any updates on the tariffs side. And now we have an update from China, as they did not like this thing that Trump is just making an exception with them. So China decided to retaliate on tariffs again. 125% tariffs just imposed to every US goods from China with love. So traders, seems like that this trade war between China and US is getting really, really nasty. I must tell you, everyone is focusing on that. Of course, we know that the tariffs are not just for China, but even for another 129 countries indeed in the world. But seems like that this stays on the focus, so they are going to stay on the stage at the end. As I can see, this just a China and US trade war. My TSM is looking good pre-market, nicely. Hi Nitsa, nice to see you. Good morning again. Nice to see you here. Okay, guys. So pre-market is higher, or so as you could see yesterday, we just gave up almost all of the profits. So I do not buy this move higher. And if I'm just checking the news again, everything is about the 125% retaliated tariffs from China to US goods indeed, and the trade war just intensifies. Jamie Dimon says he expects S&P 500 earnings estimates to fall as companies pull guidance. Well, I don't think so. For that fact or opinion, you need to be Jamie Dimon, because I was talking about that, and everyone who is in the market and in this economy so far, and witnessing what has happened, is definitely clear that yes, this is a big threat of this earnings season. Also, the rest of the analysts and strategists are quite optimistic about the numbers at least, but about the guidance and the outlook, as Jamie Dimon just told, this is going to be a little bit painful in my opinion. Well, let's see. JP Morgan so far did nice. Hi OG, good morning to you. All right, traders. So China, it's again on the table, and of course, as I mentioned, you economic news in the front too. Very nice PPI numbers, mainly thanks to the decreasing oil prices. The core PPI is just in negative now, minus 0.1 instead of 0.3%. The analyst was expecting, they were expecting a increase in the core PPI, and the opposite has happened, minus 0.1. The same on the PPI, monthly 0.4% lower. And after that, traders, at 10 o'clock, we will get consumer sentiment and inflation expectations. I assume that even the inflation expectation is going to be better thanks to the good CPI and PPI numbers from today. Also, I'm not sure that the consumer sentiment is going to be good. And as you know, this is one of the motor of capitalism. So let's see whether the expectations of the analyst, which is 54, is going to meet with the updated data at 10 o'clock, or it's going to fall under it. 57 was the previous one, so analysts are expecting a lower consumer sentiment for that month. Let's see what's going to happen at 10 o'clock indeed. So after that, even we will get Musalem Speaks, FOMC member Musalem, at the same time, 10 o'clock, and 11 traders, the last FOMC member speaker of the week. She's going to be Williams at 11 o'clock traders. So the morning is going to be guaranteed, very volatile, big moves coming again. Sometimes it's too big, indeed, like really, really crazy moves we are witnessing especially since last Wednesday. So let's just be careful because this is the last trading day of the week as well. So I don't think so that the traders are going to stay in any positions during this weekend, because as you can see, tariffs news can hit even during the weekend. So I am expecting some volatility even in the last hour of trading today. Okay, what else here? Hi, Banzai. Nice to see you again. All right, guys. So what else in the news? Europe just pulled back a little bit on this tariffs news from China. Also, they started stronger too. I've just seen one of the banks, maybe one of the big banks, they just Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo, I don't know which one, but they just decreased they just give a price target cut for NVDA, guys. So let's be careful indeed. Also, NVDA doesn't care too much, it's just moving back. And the reason why they cut the price of the NVDA, it is because of the fact that might not that many chips are going to be needed because of this nasty trade war. Well, let's see what's going to happen indeed. This is still, I would say, not a negotiation phase, because they're not negotiating. They are just throwing tariffs to each other, indeed, like Trump and Xi Jinping. So it's starting to be really, really intense, this trade war. Okay, and insane in my opinion, but this is just my opinion. All right, traders, so Europe pulled back from, as I've seen, it was into the green side, especially the DAX, but now it's down minus 1%. Asia, especially the Nikkei, seen a quite of a nasty move today. Started in green, pulled back to the red side. Hang Seng is still holding to the green side. I'm going to watch again the Chinese stock today too. On the future side, from red to green, well, let's see if they can keep this green, and the Bitcoin nicely pulling back again around this 82,000 level. Bitcoin is quite strong, so it's going to worth to watch the Bitcoin related stocks like Coin, MSTR, Mara, and the rest. Traders, just watch it out. All right, investors are now shunning America. Actually, this wealth management giant says that US stocks are attractive. Yeah, I read some interesting financial headlines as well about the valuation of the US stocks. We have only one problem. Yeah, I was talking about that in the recent days, that definitely this big push to the downside is still not fundamental related, but rather fear related push to the downside. We know that, but unfortunately, I'm afraid if the tariffs are going to stay like that, and it's not going to be let's call it affordable solution, which would not push the whole world economy to the brink of recession, then might these fundamentals can stay. Also, in my opinion, I think it's going to be hurt anyway. So let's just be careful here. I agree that some of the stocks are extremely in the lows, which are not, let's call it, there is no real reason behind them, just the fear on this terrorist news and moves and impact, but it does not mean that it cannot come true for the future. So let's see. Also, as I mentioned, you some strategists and analysts are thinking that the price of the US stocks are quite cheap. Let's see. Fed officials signal, though, they are more worried about inflation than slow growth. Even Fred Kashkari sees stresses, but not big escalation in financial markets. Well, indeed, that's for sure. And it's again, it's obvious if the tariffs are going to hit and definitely going to impose like they agreed, and it's going to stay like that, there is no doubt that the prices are going to go up again. And if the prices are going up, inflation is going up. So this is like just that. We cannot do anything. So that's why my only hope is just in the negotiations, which has not started it yet, because as I've told you, just like two little angry little children, they're just throwing the tariffs to each other, and that's it. I just can't believe it, but this is what we have. So traders, in nutshell, I am still expecting a really, really great volatility for day traders. Also, be careful because starter traders, again, it can be a little bit hard environment. Yesterday, the market tricked me in the afternoon or in the morning. We did not find any clear direction, and I was not on the right side. Today, hopefully, it's going to be much better. One red day is still nothing, and I just broke a 8 or 9 green day streak, so it's okay. Also, I hope you had a nice green day. Now let's see the big movers traders. We have some, as I mentioned, earnings season kicked off. JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, BlackRock, Wells Fargo here. Hi Tara, good afternoon to you. Nice to see you, and let's see whether we will have a better opportunities today and the market is going to find the direction. As I see in the pre-market, this PPI magic did not last too long. Market just turned lower, like in 2 candles, we are back to the lows. Ouch, that's painful indeed. Maybe another tariff news just hit in the meantime. Sometimes I just cannot follow that, guys. It's just I cannot keep up with this crazy news all over. But seems like that the market is just giving up of the positive impact of this nice PPI numbers. So JP Morgan Chase is the first one, 2% higher as revenue for the first quarter topped Wall Street estimates. They thought thanks to the especially the increased stock market trading. So JP Morgan can be one of our long candidate. In the meantime, Scott's list is out already. He is going long with the bank stocks, but I must tell you traders, we need to see this market to make a reversal here, because it doesn't look really good at the moment. If it stays like that, it doesn't matter how good the numbers were by JP Morgan, it's going to shed with the market sentiment. Also, I'm going to call, as I mentioned, you almost all of the big banks just made a killing on the numbers. BlackRock, Morgan Stanley too. Also, as I mentioned, you market sentiment, it definitely remains, and it's going to be much more important. Only Wells Fargo, which I see it was not that good. First quarter earnings, so 16% increase, but revenue missed analyst expectations. So that's why I'm just going to call MS and JP Morgan to my long side. What else here? Bank of New York, Mellon, this is higher as well. So all of the banks so far made a nice move to the higher side. thanks to earnings. And Newmont Corporation is here too. Gold producers 3% higher on an upgrade. I'm going to put it to my long list. Gold is just making new highs, traders. Amazing. So every gold long related ETFs can be watched. And NVIDIA is here 1% higher after it just fell 6% yesterday. But as I mentioned you today, it got a price target cut. So let's be careful with the NVIDIA. However, there is no doubt it is one of the strongest on my list. Also, AMD, it's just moving better to the upside or more to the upside. So I'm going to call AMD instead of NVIDIA. And I mentioned you the Chinese stocks to the upside. So BABA, I'm going to watch it. If you have anything on your list, please just let me know. And to the short side, I'm just to continue. Apple doesn't look good because iPhone prices doesn't seem like they can stay, they are not low, but on that level, let's call it like that. So this is not a good news for the Apple. That's why I'm going to call it to the short side after this Chinese, again, retaliation 125% tariff from this morning. This is not good news for Apple. And as I see, even Meta is not happy about that, Amazon neither, and definitely Tesla. So these I'm going to call to the short side, especially Meta and Tesla. What else on the watch list? Because we do not have too many more news-related movers, but I have a great losers and gainers list, so I just can check what are the stocks which are still moving sharply lower. We have a lot, especially again some ETFs as I see. NXPI is down almost 3%, KBH down, CRWD, ouch. This is 2.59% to the downside. Morgan Stanley 2.51% is just move to the downside with the market momentum, but I'm just going to check KBH and CRWD. And for the newcomers traders, no volume, so let's just leave it. I'm just repeating myself, great PPI numbers, but and great earnings on the bank's side already, but unfortunately, the fact that China just got some retaliation tariffs towards the US, 125% indeed, on every US goods, imported US goods, this is causing a drop on the market now. So let's be careful. CRWD, it's quite low now, 2.59%, back under the 360 level. Also, everything is going to be an inside day. I would not say this is my favorite, but might we can just put it to the secondary list indeed, CRWD. So Apple, Meta, Tesla, Amazon are on my short list. And which one? INTC. Yes, if these big stocks are going to give a PIT or INTC, might they are going to continue as well to go lower. 5 below, which I still see it's quite low, 2.9% lower or so. It was holding very nicely yesterday, but it's just failing now. Tesla, I was mentioning it, and even Disney, PayPal, Microsoft are to the red side, but not that much. And I mentioned you even the coin and the Bitcoin related stocks, which can be resilient today, as you can see even. So I'm going to call coin to the long side. Reason for that, Bitcoin is nicely bouncing back. Might it's going to be shortly, so let's be careful, but I still like it. Hi there and good morning to you. So traders, I am ready with the candidates list. I'm just going to post it here in the Dev's YouTube room. VIP room traders, I wish you a beautiful Green Friday. Watch out. This is going to be, I guess, another crazy day coming. So seatbelts on, but I'm sure you are in great hands of Scott and the DVG. So have a great one. And after that, a beautiful weekend. I'm going to see you Monday next. Team, thanks a lot. Have a great one. And again, a great weekend with your loved ones, with your family. Thank you and see you on Monday.
Aggie, thank you so much, and you too have a great weekend. Thank you for dialing us in here on this Friday morning, and good morning to everybody here in the trading room this morning. What a great great day today will be. We had a wonderful day trading yesterday. Only one day this week was not really that great. I think that was on Wednesday for my, well, Wednesday I wasn't here, but um, hasn't been a terrific week. Hasn't been a bad week though. So a green week nonetheless, and we're going to continue on keeping on our focus here and keeping to where we can actually get this day dialed in and make sure that we're on the right stocks today. That's going to be the key. Not a ton to choose from, but not bad. Okay, so we'll go over that and more. Thank you to Aggie for teeing us up this morning, getting us prepared for the day. Welcome to everybody here in the room. Welcome to everybody on YouTube this morning. Thank you so much for taking part to join our channel. Going to be a great trading day today. Thankfully, you've joined us and you're in the right area. We'll talk about the stocks and more today. Get you prepared for the day. And right now, we're going to talk about the futures that have been giving things up. So we just went from green morning to a red morning in the last, 5 minutes? I even think when Aggie was talking, the futures were green. So news came out. I think DVG posted what's going on. And we've got a move now to the downside on the markets right now. So that just happened. If you're in the swing of things, so not bad to the downside, but it is shocking that we went from green to red here this morning. Talk about that and more. Asia in the overnight session when we saw the Nikkei lose 1,000 points, 1,023, down almost 3%, 2.96% to the downside. Hong Kong Hang Seng up over 1%, 233 higher. Shanghai and China up 14.59, 0.45% higher. Europe still in session right now. German DAX down 244, down 1.19%. FTSE in the UK, the only one that's up 45.66. CAC 40 in Paris down 78. Combine that with Asia, you've got three markets up, three markets down, pretty smack dab in the middle, but we've just turned negative here. Dow futures down 111, S&P futures down 17.5, and the Nasdaq futures down 58.25. I'm looking to buy this dip in this early morning session here. Hopefully we get a little bounce here this morning. We'll see if that happens or not. If you're in the oil patch this morning, well, not great news. We're below $60 per barrel, down 31 cents, 59.76 per barrel of oil. And the gold patch this morning, a huge, like Aggie said, a huge move, up $73.10, 2.3% higher, surging past 3,200 now, 3,250, 3249.40, just past the 3,200 mark here. Silver's up big time, 2.54%. Copper's up, platinum's up, palladium is up as well. Jamie Dimon with JP Morgan Chase, they topped the quarterly expectations, but he said U.S. economy faces turbulence ahead. That's about it. Fed's Kashkari saying that rising bond yields, falling dollar shows investors are moving on from the U.S. Wholesale prices unexpectedly fell 0.4% in March, showing easing inflation backdrop ahead of the tariffs. That's not great news. That's what brought us to a negative spot here in the futures here this morning. It's about it. Frontier Airlines in the news, cutting flights after travel demand fell in March. That's really about it. New York is still the richest wealth hub. And that's it. Okay, so again, we're going to have to go. Pre-market futures are down this morning. We're going to have to go with these specific stocks that we're going to talk about here in a minute. Before we do, say good morning to everybody here in the room. Good morning, Brian. Mark, good morning. Divide, good morning to you. Darren, good morning. Great to have you here in the room. Mark O, good morning. Lee, good morning. Steve, good morning. Seth, good morning, my friend. All right, let's talk some stocks this morning. I'm going to post these trades here, and we will go about our day. I do like the NVDA trade. Hopefully we move down a little bit here. We can take this long over 108 this morning. If we get a flush or a move lower, we'll have to watch that. Also, Amazon this morning 180 to the upside. Again, unless the market wants to use these futures and run lower, we can take that too. But for the most part, I'm a little bit bullish today on a Friday. We'll watch that and go. And then the last one is NEM. This had some positive news this morning. We're going to get to that right in a minute here. Topside breakout here at 53. We'll watch NEM. And let me get you that news right now on NEM so you can kind of look and see for Newmont Mining here this morning. That news was the gold producer jumped 3% on the heels of the UBS upgrade to buy from neutral. UBS said macro environment for gold is incrementally more supportive, and that company has strong cash revenue. So that's kind of where I'm at with these three stocks here. I'm also watching Apple this morning on the downside, as Aggie said. Tesla kind of just flat right now, but we'll watch that and more as we get into the day today. Futures getting a little bit worse. Dow futures down 190, Nasdaq futures 91, S&P futures down 23. I believe DVG is here this morning. He's posted his trades. He's looking at AVGO this morning for a short. So we'll bring that up. DVG, good morning to you. Happy Friday, my friend.
Hey, good morning, Scott. You hear me okay?
Sounds great. Sounds really good.
Right on. Good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Hope everybody's doing well. Today should be a fun one. I really think that seeing what JP Morgan had to say, Morgan Stanley, obviously kicking things off here from an earnings perspective. Worth noting, we do have some pretty notable earnings coming up next week. So for those of you guys who are, keeping a closer eye on that, it's just kind of worth noting. We've got names like Netflix, Ally Financial, American Express reporting next Thursday. We've got ASML on Wednesday, Citibank, United, Bank of America reporting on Tuesday, and then of course Goldman Sachs on Monday. So I will be watching overall, XLF, FXI, the China equivalent, I would say, on the ETF side of the house for movements. We talked a little bit about last night in our late night session. Kind of what's the concern right now with the dollar index going lower? I'm also keeping an eye on ALB, Albemarle, for potential swing trade as rare earth minerals become more of a priority. I think just globally, right, as China says that they're not going to touch it. Also, kind of some news in the background, specifically around like Bitcoin. The talk of, is there some optimism around, tax breaks or tax, just taxes in general kind of looking better. So I'm going to keep an eye on Bitcoin futures today. Maybe MSTR has a chance to, creep higher. I am noticing, though, Meta falling off a cliff this morning probably was my number one contender for a short this morning. And unfortunately, I may miss the move. So I'll probably wait for a bounce there. Also worth noting, there are people now talking about what does the tariffs look like in the chip sector. So I might get a better entry on AVGO. So we're not in AVGO yet, but I'm watching that 172 level. But maybe right at the open, if we pop up to like 176 or something, I might be able to get a better fill. Definitely getting a little less optimistic on the chip sector because there's some more uncertainty. You guessed it. So with that, again, not to sound doom and gloom on a Friday, but I'll tell you what, I'm definitely looking to see how markets retreat a little bit more today than they have in the last few days, kind of bouncing up, down, left, right. We're seeing Apple tank a little bit lower, Microsoft's pulling back, Meta's pulling back. Just keep an eye on those Mag 7 names. Again, what we talked about even last night was we do not want to see JPM go down, and we're seeing a little bit of that movement to the downside today. So definitely trade safe today. Be mindful of your sizing. And let's maybe give it a minute or two to open up today. Cue the disclaimer. It's not trading or not financial advice. It's your money. Do what you want with it. That's all I got, Scott.
Okay, here we go for the open. We open here in about 50 seconds. Traders, going to be I think, a great day today. Like DVG said, I would heed the words of watch and wait for the open here to kind of divulge itself, to open up, let us know where we're going, what's happening here this morning, and then we can pick and choose, dissect this market, and run forward with it. Okay, we are set to go. Keep your eye on TSM, Seth says today. Okay, very good. Appreciate that.
Definitely TSM for sure.
We will watch TSM. Put it up here.
Might be able to get a better entry on AVGO here.
Love that to the upside, right, on TSM if we get a pullback.
They do report next week as well. Here we go. Game time.
Okay, traders, let's have a great day today. We are open for business. Tesla's setting up for a short, maybe.
Okay, let's wait till we see what the Qs are doing here. I'm watching AVGO big time. Like, do we start to pick up the pace and move higher? Maybe, but I am cautiously optimistic today. Watching Meta as well. Only one I'd consider going along is MSTR, maybe around 274 if we get that low.
How about an Apple short 187?
Okay, I'm moving it up to 174 on AVGO. About to get filled here. Let's see.
Are you going short AVGO, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see. Oh, no fill yet. I put it out there just after it tagged 174, so we're not in the trade yet. But let's see.
What do you think of Apple short here?
Yeah, I mean, 190, it's going to probably want to test that. There's just a lot of money that moved in there kind of at the end of the day yesterday. Okay, we're in the AVGO trade. If we get under 172, I'm gonna, actually maybe even 170. Yeah, 172.80 maybe. I'm going to load this thing. Okay, here comes the move, AVGO. Let's see. Okay, watch the cues, guys. Getting heavy here. Meta maybe viable for a short. I wanted to see like 540 get tested, but I didn't see it hit yet, so I'm gonna be a little careful there. Guys, watch Nvidia not moving lower, Q's moving lower. I'm gonna grab some put options on the SPY here. Oh my god, they're $7. No thanks. Never mind.
TSM gets below 154. I could take that for a long.
Okay, guys, let's see if we get a break under 173 on AVGO. If it doesn't happen, if we start pushing the high of day, I'm going to get out. But I'm looking at the Qs, aim lower, looking at the SPY, aim lower. I wanted to get some put options on the SPY, but they're super expensive. $510 strike for Monday, $700. No thanks. I'll take my chances trading. Okay, let's see. Keep an eye on the Qs, guys. Qs getting a little interesting here. A little bit of a fight.
Yeah, we missed the NEM trade for sure, right? But again, didn't give us a chance on this pullback, really.
Okay, I might get stopped out here on AVGO. That's totally fine. Maybe we pick up the momentum. Just being patient here this morning. Watching MSTR. I'm going to go long MSTR right here. Just filled in 279.84. Not my favorite fill, but we're in. Again, keeping an eye on Bitcoin futures moving above 82,000 right now. So let's see if we get a little bit of a bite down on MSTR. Okay, might get stopped here on AVGO. Not going to fight the tape today, guys. MSTR moving now. Let's go.
Still not a trade for myself. I wouldn't mind TSM right here, right?
Nice move on MSTR. Here we go. Okay, we're going to get stopped out on AVGO any second. Any moment. Just waiting. I don't know if I can survive this candle. We'll see. MSTR, beautiful move right when we got in. Beautiful, beautiful move.
NASDAQ still down 38 points. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and post the Apple trade here under 188 AAPL, short under 188.
Still an AVGO. Here comes MSTR, guys. Big boom now on MSTR. Adding. Adding. Let's go. All right, AVGO. One more little bite higher, and I'll probably dump this thing. I'm going to let this next candle open up. MSTR looking beautiful right now. Beautiful move on MSTR, guys. Big breakout on the Bitcoin futures. So let's see if we can get a bigger push now on MSTR and AVGO right now. Again, just trying to be patient to manage how much I lose essentially on this one, unfortunately. Guys, here comes MSTR though. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Let's go. Let's go.
Nice push here.
Still hanging on to AVGO for now. I mean, it does hurt a little bit, you know, but it's a little over a point. Now we're down less than a point, so that's okay. I don't mind, you know, seeing it dance a little bit, but I do want to see MSTR literally rip. I want to see a 290 to 300 print. Bitcoin futures now absolutely destroying it to the upside. So let's see if we get a little bit more of a launch on MSTR, given that it's, you know, maybe going to benefit from some of these tax rules or regulations or whatever the heck they're coming up with on crypto. Okay, AVGO still okay. MSTR, I'm going to probably take a partial here just to be safe.
Still not the breakout move here on the markets yet. We're still down for the day on the overall markets.
Small partial MSTR. We'll let the rest run. AVGO still looking okay. Okay, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's tough surviving that.
Yeah, the AVGO.
AVGO. Yeah, it's just, you know, I'm looking at NVIDIA push higher. I'm looking at MSTR push higher. The good news is though, MSTR like free money now. I will absolutely lose $0 on that trade, which is a nice place to be on a wild stock like MSTR, and just keep trailing my stop on the way up. Just took a partial in the 284 print, and let's see what happens. And if AVGO does in fact still break under 173, I'll add. We'll load the boat on that thing. And again, as you guys know, it's one of my favorite names in the space, but I'm just more concerned about those tariffs coming in pending, right? We've already got plenty of uncertainty, but if we start getting those tariffs kick in for the chip sector, what does that mean? Watching Meta here now at 540 area. Let's see what it does, how it behaves. MSTR, baby. Yes.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about Apple short. I just don't know where it's going to close the gap. Like DVG said, take out the 190.
Qs look like they're gaining some strength. I might get blown out in this AVGO trade, which sucks, but it's okay. MSTR, thank you. MSTR now 285. We should get the breakout now. MSTR. Again, target's going to be like 295-ish. Q's now powering up. So AVGO, I'll see you later in just a moment. Trying to watch the Qs and what it does here at the 200 EMA. It just rejected it, so that's not a bad thing so far. Meta now 242. Guys, MSTR, anybody take that trade with me? This thing is ripping. Let's go. 287. AVGO, I'm going to dump this thing here in a moment, guys. This kind of sucks. It looks like Qs are trying to push. Yeah, AVGO out. The loss. MSTR, though, absolutely crushing, so I don't mind. I swear, though, if AVGO turns and tanks right now, I'm going to be pissed. MSTR, y'all.
I'll try it under 190 now. Apple 190. I'll take this, delete this message. I'm going to go ahead and post it 190.
Absolute monster move now. MSTR, I'm going to take a little bit more off here. We'll let the rest continue. Beautiful move, guys. Beautiful move. Hopefully some of y'all were able to take advantage of that. Huge trade there. AMD ripping, NVIDIA ripping, AVGO, crushed me. It's fine. Watching Meta, though, 242 right here. I might be interested in shorting it soon. Whoa. Guys, you see this rejection right now on the Qs? Smack the 200 below the VWAP, and now we're aiming lower? Did I miss my chance to...
Looking at 189 cover on the Apple trade. $189 cover.
Guys, I'm going to take some more off of this MSTR trade. I don't like this move on the Qs. And I'm watching Meta. Meta's probably going to be my next short. Let's see. Uh-oh. Michigan consumer sentiment coming up in 18 minutes, y'all. Maybe we get that final pump beforehand. So I'll wait on Meta.
Yep. At 190. Let's see Hood. I want some TSM today. I would like to see TSM roll here.
JPM actually had a nice bounce here off the lows in the morning.
4150, Lance. Yeah.
NVIDIA now pushing. Everything now is moving higher. Apple up at this 190 area. Yeah, I'm going to keep a very close eye on Meta 545 area. Let's see what it does. Still have some runners here on MSTR, but let's see what it does. I'm glad I got out of AVGO there. Look at it go. Well, maybe I missed the move on the bullish upside here. At least you have MSTR, so that's good.
192 will be my stop on Apple.
Okay, let's see what Meta does here at 545.
PLTR cranking along here.
Actually, the put options are still pretty expensive, but I may consider that. $500 strike. Those are expensive. I need to see the Qs turn red here. If they do, I'll short Meta market. For now, everything's looking like it's pushing higher, so it's hard to want to go short when everybody wants everything to move higher. You know what I mean? MSTR is now at 290, guys. Let's go. All right, I'm gonna nibble on a few put options here on Meta. Again, stop loss will be very tight. So 546.30. So basically right around the close. If we get up there, I'm gonna dump it, but I'll hold these in case we turn to the downside. Obviously, some really horrible price action on it this morning pre-market. So let's see what we can do here. We got filled at 669. $500 strikes for next Friday. Again, remember Michigan consumer sentiment coming up in 15 minutes. I'm really just blown away that right now chips are moving so high because, again, I don't know. It's maybe people try to get in front of that optimism or the challenges around tariffs. I don't know, but I missed the trade. I got ran over. It's fine. It happens. Okay, here comes Meta. Let's see if we get a breakdown under 540. Meanwhile, the Qs are trying to push higher. So again, if this thing gets above 546.5, I'll dump it, which, look at that. Just like that. Right when I said it, you get a pop. Oh, well. You got to love it. Never underestimate the power of greed.
Yep. Good way to put it.
Okay, almost out of Meta. That was quick. I mean, I'm down like $600 right now on that trade.
I have one trade which is going against me now in Apple on the short.
MSCR saving my tail right now as far as the red trade on AVGO. We're still in the Meta trade, but barely. I mean, it just has to move like $1.50 and I'm out.
I'll take PLTR over 90, post this alert here, if we get there.
Jeez, brutal. Brutal. Come on, Meta, really? I'm going to hang in there, just barely though. Like, does it just push just above it and then pull back? Maybe. So I'm gonna, I might give back more than I care to, but it happens. I should have known. I should never short the stocks I like AVGO. I mean, it's like one of my favorite stocks in the space, but oh well. Okay, I've got 10 more seconds, guys. Hopefully I don't get run over big time on this Meta trade, but it looks pretty bad right now. Just being patient. Like a little overshoot is fine, but I don't want to have a hard stop right there, but let's see how this candle finishes here. All right, if I don't get a red candle soon, I'm just going to go long everything. This is why we wait on Meta. All right, let's see if we get a breakdown now on this Meta trade, please. Man, AVGO is just nonstop this morning. If you went against me this morning on that trade, you're crushing it. So hopefully some of you did, because that was a great trade to the upside today. Hanging on to Meta, guys. Hanging on to Meta. So far, so good. I mean, we do that same move again, though, I'm out. AVGO's at 178 now, breaking out, looks like.
Yeah, definitely we'll take the PLTR trade here if we can get it. Got to break that 90 though.
Uh-oh. Looks like everything wants to take off now. I Meta trade, I'll probably dump it again. If we get over that candle to the left there, I'll dump it. So it's like 547 and change.
I'll be right back.
So I'll have to eat that loss if we do get there. Trying to be patient under this 200 EMA for Meta. Just had really ugly price action this morning, so, and a downgrade. So we'll see if that actually plays out today. Good thing is they're options. So, yeah, you can win or lose money pretty quickly, but they're A, till next week, and B, I know my risk, right? I'm risking 6K. I mean, obviously I wouldn't let it go to zero, but I'm risking 6K. So worst case, that's kind of my exposure, which is a lot less than if I bought the shares. There's the move on Meta. Beautiful, beautiful. So we're waiting for. Beautiful. Let's see the real breakdown now. Under 540. Yep. I just can't believe AVGO is like nonstop printing right now. This is crazy. Was watching it for potential re-entry for sure, but now I can't. I mean, it's up there. So 180's become a reality now for AVGO. And the only way I would consider shorting is if we actually rolled over, which I don't know if it's going to. It can keep going a lot longer than it can start to sell off. So, but I am seeing some weakness in AMD now. NVIDIA pulled back slightly. AVGO, not at all. Zero. Just straight up. All right, let's see if we get it now on Meta. I want to see markets get a little heavy here, please, and see a proper sell-off on the Qs, take out the low of session. That would be ideal, but people want their money back. No, this is gross. This is so gross. Talk of Apple building iPhones in the US. All headline nonsense. So I might take a small red day today and call it, but I'm still in this Meta trade, watching AVGO still. Might have missed my opportunity for a long. MSTR, we got some runners. So I only have, a couple trades on. Wow. Qs are powering up. Doesn't make any sense, but it does if you're just looking at what people are trying to do with their money. Like AVGO is now at 179, guys. Beautiful, beautiful trade. Same with NVIDIA now pushing higher. I am worried about my Meta position now. The bulls are out. They want their money back. JPM pushing higher. Yeah, I'm going to probably get run over here on Meta, unfortunately. That's okay. MSTR literally was the only green trade this morning. Thank goodness for that, because it offset some of my losses here. If I on Meta, it'll be okay.
I got stopped out of the Apple trade, so my first trade of the day is a red trade.
What a move on AVGO. How did I miss that? My favorite name in the space. I just really thought the tariff stuff, again, I think they're probably just trying to get ahead of it, run the price up one last time before they dump it, because the tariff news on chips stocks is going to be no bueno. Another whatever 20% or who knows, right?
Right. Yeah, still waiting on the PLTR trade to take out 90. Don't know why it's flat today on an up market, but
come on, Meta, break 540 for me, would you? Let me go see those 530s and then 520s, and then $500 would be awesome. Highly improbable today. There we go. 541. Okay. What are these printing now? Man, they just sat on the buy button on AVGO. Look at this. Any tiny pullback just snapped up. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. And Q's now pushing way stronger. This meta position might be dead, but we'll see. I like that it's weaker right now than the Q's, but if it catches up, it'll catch up quick. So could be a losing trade for me after all, but we'll see. Come on, Meta. Fall to the floor, please. AVGO just pumping. Maybe it wants to get to 180 and then sell off. Like NVIDIA right now is slowing down at 110. We know that's a level. 110, 112, 108, right? So let's see what happens. Meta's now testing the VWAP. Hopefully it breaks. Let me see what other names in the space are doing.
Hood, nice move on Hood today, yeah.
Remember Netflix reports next week. Guys, Meta's now at 540. Let's see with these options if these can start printing. AVGO, unbelievable move. One up at 180 now. Wow. Monster move on AVGO. How did I miss that? Jeez. You know what I haven't been watching is Tesla today. What's it doing? Oof, gross. What do you guys think? Should we take a partial on this meta trade or let it break the 540 print? Quick with that, Clifton. Let's see. Michigan consumer sentiment will determine 1 minute. 1 minute. I've got it. I have literally my entire position ready to cover if this consumer sentiment is no bueno. So let's see what happens. If it moves higher, I'm out. If it moves lower, whee! 25 seconds. Let's see what happens. Okay, 5 seconds. Be careful. Okay, looks good. Meta. Let's see a little more. 50.8 Michigan consumer sentiment. Again, this isn't officially the move. Usually the first move is not the right move. Let's wait. I'm going to take a small partial here on Meta in just a moment if we get any lower. Don't want to risk it. Okay, there we go. Taking some off a little bit. Let some grow here, even on the put options. Obviously, just shrunk my size a little bit. So if it does continue, great. Here we go. Breakdown. Time for these to print now. Let's go.
Wow, AMD not letting anything get in its way today.
I may take a couple more here in a second. Let me just see what this trade does, because we're bouncing off the 200 EMA on the Qs and the VWAP, showing me that buyers aren't done yet, but meaning they don't care. They just want their money back. So that could be even more dangerous. So basically, off of not such great news, we see a rally that's a dead giveaway that we're going to not, I shouldn't say manipulation. That's probably not the right word to use, but we're likely going to see some power moves considering. All right, here it comes. Meta. Bingo. Bingo.
Go. Looking good.
Yeah, buddy.
Pushing out of the downside, Apple is.
535 print, next target. Let's see if we get it on Meta. There we go. Beautiful. Take a couple more there. Boom. Again, these are all options. So I'm getting, sold them for $8, bought them for $6 or $6.30 or something like that. $6.60. Big pullback now. Be careful, guys. I don't know. I mean, I'm seeing buyers trying to protect the VWAP now on the Qs. So this is, again, a perfect technical setup that right now they don't care about the news. And if we push higher, guys, I'm going to literally dump all of Meta and just go long everything. So I'm definitely watching the Qs and the SPY right now, protecting that VWAP, which means algos are in place regardless of the data to buy and hold and protect that level, which is pretty wild. So let's just see what happens. Be careful. There we go. Seeing names like Microsoft breaking down now. Meta, obviously, we made some money on that one. We'll let the rest kind of do its thing. Beautiful move now. AVGO, maybe? I hate to short it, but look at NVIDIA pull back now. MSTR, yep. I'm going to dump this position now. Let the runners, melt. Tesla now falling off a bridge. What is going on there, guys? You guys see that?
Yeah, TSM, the whole market pulling back. Look at NVDA really getting chopped here now. I think it's, you know what? I've almost got the attitude like it's probably time to pick up a long here. We're just turning red on the overall index.
Okay, 2 contracts left now on Meta. I'll let them just do the thing. If it bounces back up to, I don't know, 540, then I'll dump it. But
you like MSTR here? Anybody?
I just got out. I just got taken out of my position.
Yep. Were you long the stock, MSTR?
Yeah, I got long.
Where?
Early. Like this 281 area.
Okay. I'm going to wait then a little bit.
And thank goodness for it, because it saved me. And obviously, this Meta trade is working out great right now too. But AVGO really, unfortunately, busted me up this morning. So that's okay. It happens. Guys, keep an eye on the Qs now. I'm kind of with Scott now. This might be a time to consider going long, because even with that news, we're seeing the VWAP try to get protected. If we get over that 200 EMA on the Qs or the SPY, which it's like right there, there's a good chance we pump. Look at this. Look at this. They don't care. They want their money back. The bulls are showing up. Okay, let's see what happens here.
Just be patient here. You're going to go long PLTR. Where at, Jeff? What are you thinking? 88 maybe?
Okay. It's this minute right now. If we break that previous low on the Qs, we're going straight down right now. Technical setup, push on the VWAP up to the 200, reject it. And the same is true if we go the other way. So this 200 EMA on the Qs right now is hyper important for the direction, I think, of the rest of the day. Cue the disclaimer. But very technical right now. Very technical. You know, even AVGO pulling back to the VWAP, bouncing perfectly off the VWAP. There it is. There's the push. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna dump the rest of this meta position any second, and maybe look to go long everything. Holy smokes!
How about AVGO right here? NVDA, I'm going to go 110.
There's the
long.
push. There's the push, guys. I'm out of the meta position.
NVDA long 110.
Wow, guys, huge bullish behavior right now. This is unbelievable right now.
Yep, me too, Jeff. At 88 here.
Beautiful.
Target would be the breakout of the day. I mean, and this market could do it now. We're up 100 points on the NASDAQ. Target on NVDA will be the breakout towards 111.
All up. Yep. There we go. I'm going to look for long, like Google maybe. Look at the perfect technical setups, though. This is wild. Even after all this crazy, you know, movement, we are respecting very technical moves on a lot of this stuff. Right when we got above that 200 EMA on the Qs, we ripped. I mean, just straight up. Now, here's the trouble. If we get any bearish engulfing, we're gonna. I mean, I'm telling you, this is awesome to watch. Actually, it's like a battle season right here. If Qs break this, what is this? 445.18. I'm telling you, game over for the day. But it doesn't look like bulls want to give up yet. It really doesn't. I'm going to wait for my next position here.
Yeah, I mean, still good volume with PLTR, just not getting up and going again.
JPM is right at the VWAP. I might consider going long JPM right here.
How about AVGO on the breakout of 180?
Yeah, it looks good. It really does. I'm actually watching that too.
Post this alert here.
I mean, it really isn't going to take much to lean or push higher. Like, bulls are for sure showing up to party today. I'm just worried about a massive order block hitting the tape right now. So I'm trying to be a little patient on my next move here. Let's see if we have any other news coming up any second. Fed Williams at 11. Man, MSTR came back, tagged the 200. I got out, and it's bouncing now. Good news is we got paid on that one. I don't care. Yeah, I'm not going to touch
to see it
AVG.
over that
I might
88.44 on PLTR.
I might short AVGO actually here, 78.50. Let's do it. I'm late to the party. I might have to do a market order. No. Okay, 14. 78.14 we got in. AVGO. Second chance. I hate to do it. It's, as you guys know, one of my favorite. It takes so long to type this thing up for me. I don't know how you do that so fast, Scott.
What's that? To type
the entries in?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I like this break on the Qs now. We should now take out this previous low on the left, 445.18, and we should just start to really, really move downward. I mean, the big thing is we had a huge dark pool transaction yesterday, the largest of the year, and they were there was one to the sell side and then one to the buy side. So there's no doubt there's people that are, exchanging opinions directionally of what the market's going to do. So, all right, let's see if we can break. If we break this VWAP on AVGO, I'll feel a lot more confident on this downside move. But again, my stop will be pretty tight. Already got ran over once. Isn't someone here short Tesla right now?
There's somebody was talking about it. Darren, I think, yeah.
Mark saying he doesn't like this small pop. Yeah. Again, all this is like very technical though. That's the trouble. It'd be weird if it was like if we start to have a massive candle to the downside, then we break that technical setup. Well, then panic will set in. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for. I hate to say it, but that's what I'm trading for right now. And the trouble is if we keep this technical, I'd say, position, then bulls have a higher chance of pushing higher because they're showing some dominance here right at the open. So I want to see if we act like if they keep defending like they are right now, I'm in trouble. Again, being short right now is a difficult position. And look at the Qs just got over the 200, over the view up, just again in one move. Maybe should have taken a partial here on this AVGO trade. No, I'm waiting for more. It took was like 2.5 points for me. No, about two. Well, like 2.2 altogether on AVGO. All right, here we go. Come on, Qs. Give up. Yes. AVGO break. Yes. 175 target. Come on. 175 target will give me back half my money from the loss earlier today.
$87 would be the stop there
BA.
on LTR, Jeff.
BA swing trade. I may take some off on that BA swing trade today. Okay, what the heck is this? Man. Am I really going to have to take this week of a partial on AVGO? Bulls are strong today, man. They really are. Unbelievable. Is this retail traders? Are you guys buying all this stuff? What are you doing?
Right.
Well, quick win on Meta's put options, so that was fun. We had a beautiful trade on MSTR this morning. We've got a short on AVGO, even though we got ran over this morning. And that's kind of it. I mean, I'm not eager to jump into another trade right now unless we really start taking the top off. I'll go long something else, which, look at this. Jesus. Unbelievable. I don't know, man. I might have to trim up this AVGO. Things are just getting too strong around here. We're right at the VWAP. We're holding the VWAP on AVGO. If we start bouncing, look at NVIDIA's pushing higher. Everything seems to want to move higher, but trying to be patient. 175 target. Come on. 175, 175, 175.
I was looking for a way to get long AVGO. The only way I think is going to be over the top, but got a long way to go.
Yeah, I want my money back.
Yeah, no doubt.
Now it's holding 177 like a champ. Let's see a 175 print. Rapid. I've got my finger on the trigger to collect if we get there for my partial. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Wow. Really? I might dump this and go long if it just keeps holding 177. Jeez. There we go. There we go. Google's not breaking. We finally got a 176 print on AVGO. Let's see if we can get a 175 one time. Come on, baby. Don't give up on me now. Yes, here come the cues. Yes, yes. Okay, I've got to take a small partial, guys. Sorry. I'll still keep some size, but I mean, not my biggest day. A couple $1,000, but eating that loss earlier in the morning, that didn't help. MSTR, that was a nice trade.
Let's get it to go, Jeff. We need it to, like, say 89 today.
Jeff B was short. Tesla at 254. You got out 248. That's a great trade, Jeff. But yeah, amazing. All right, we got some runners on AVGO. I want to see if I get that 175 print or less. And I hate to say this, guys. I do not want markets to tank. Just let me be clear about that. But I trade what I see, not what I feel. You know. Can't remember. I know Scott V for sure was here last night. I think Miguel was here last night. We had a couple other folks. How many of you guys were on last night, the late night session? And for those, did you guys even see the notification? Just curious. He jumped on for like maybe 45 minutes last night, Scott. It was just kind of reviewing overall, like what I see out there. Guys, AVGO finally getting the break. Let my runners print, baby. Unfortunately, took a partial a little too early, but that's okay. I'm not complaining. My runners still make money. Qs are now breaking down, guys. New session lows. Watch out. Watch out for the big order block coming in on the sell side, guys. This is trouble. This is trouble. We snapped that session low. It is what is NSYNC song? Bye bye bye. 175 print AVGO, guys. I'm gonna take a little bit more off here, just a little bit. And we'll let the rest do its thing. Wow. What a great trade that was, actually. He got half of his money back in the loser, actually.
Yeah, it's a good comeback. Now let's see where this, the market goes. I mean, we're getting a pullback here. Still, market's only down 57 points, 58 points on the NASDAQ, 130 on the Dow. It's like a ho-hum day so far. But you do have some follow through now to the downside.
Wow. There's the break on the cues, guys. Game over. Game over. Shorting more. Let me find more stuff I could short. AVGO, now let's let it print. We're right at the 200, so I'll take a tiny nibble off here. There we go. bank some profits and let the rest. I am free rolling now on this AVGO trade, y'all. Free money now. Free money. NVIDIA tanking now. Oh no, this is not good. Jeez. This is not good, man. I hate seeing this, guys. I mean, it's nice when you're short, but I don't like what this means collectively. Like, this is going to ruin markets again.
Yeah, but just keep in mind though, we're not seeing that yet. I mean, we're seeing a 100-point down day on the Nasdaq right now. So, even though a lot of these, like for instance, NVDA, for instance, Apple, and now the Q's breaking down further, AVGO as well. It's not. I don't want to soften it. It's not that bad, right? Maybe this is just a pullback instead of a sell-off into a Friday. Just have to watch the overall market now. You're so used to seeing a 1,000-point day.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to short NVIDIA as well. Actually, I'm going to use options. Why not? 105 strikes next Friday. Okay. Not my favorite entry. I got it at $3.40. Wow, guys. Free money now on AVGO. Literally just got back all my loss from earlier today on AVGO. All of it. Meta finally breaking down, but we got stopped out. So unfortunately, womp womp. Guys, we're already up now on these put options for NVDA. I'm looking at shorting Eli Lilly. Riskier name. Careful because China's addressing us right now. Golly, that would have been a massive trade. Nah. $125% tariff from China to us, retaliatory tariff. Kind of already knew that, but that's okay. Jeez. Eli Lilly. Let's see what that looks like. 702, 712. Let's see. 7. Nope, not doing that. I'm gonna stay away from Lilly. No. This put option on NVIDIA immediately snapped. $200 is my stop loss, and it's gone. Okay, hold on. Let's hear what they're saying. It's getting worse. It's getting worse between China and the U.S., and somehow markets are trying to rally right now. President Xi said he won't call until these measures are taken off. Uh-oh. Guys, LMT right now. What is that doing? 465, NOC, RTX. Okay. Add those to my watch. Yep. Okay. That's there. So just gave $200 back to the market on NVIDIA, guys, in like literally 30 seconds. Oh, well. We're free rolling this AVGO trade, which is great. So maybe just a quick question for the team here. When you take a trade, like options, I think are a little bit different. Or like if I take a trade, I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to put up, let's say, for example, $3,000. I don't want to lose more than $200, and I can literally put in that program. Like if I buy 10, right, I can easily just put in 20-cent trail, boom, and if it executes, I lose $200. How many of you guys do that with your trades when you post your trade, where there's a hard stop in place, or you give it a little bit of grace, or for me at least during the open, typically what I do is I know a range. You guys saw it today, for example, on AVGO. It's like if it pushes at this level, I'm going to hang on. I just don't want to see if we overshoot like we saw with Meta, right? But walk me through that stop loss process for you guys. I'm curious. Right on, Seth. Take it easy.
Seth, have a great weekend. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me. Jenna tried to add 1 ATR to my hard stop BBG. Thank you, Lee. Appreciate you posting that. Thank you. Okay. I don't know, man. Just starting to feel like the kiss of death here. The trouble is like, how do we know that you're just not going to get a phone call or a headline, sorry, that says like, I was able to talk to the president, good friend of mine. We worked out a deal. It's going to be a great deal. And the next thing you know, markets explode. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's what's terrifying. So being short in this market can be extremely profitable. Guys, ABGO, Meta, like we were able to make some money on this downside move, but I mean, it's terrifying because literally we've seen it how many times just instantly snap higher, instantly. And that's concerned. Guys, I wanted to short Lily. I just couldn't do it. I was looking at the spread. $1.70 was the spread when I was going to go short. And I was like, no way, I'm not doing it. On a $700 stock, that could crush you quick. Yeah, it's just the reason I brought up about stop losses. It's a good practice, especially right now. And a big reason we talk about this is the big game, the playoffs. Scott, I'd love to get your perspective too, like given the level of volatility, et cetera, like, tips and tricks from your side of what you think, because this can be extremely, dangerous if you haven't instilled good discipline and practice beforehand, because you can get wrecked in markets like this, right? Like if you were long and you didn't have a stop and we broke on the cues and we, I don't care which stock it was, if you didn't have a stop in place, you got ran over big time.
Yeah, but there's more to the story. There's one thing having a stop in place. There's another thing of executing that stop. So you've got to be able to, as a trader, push the button.
Well said.
And I'm not exactly, I'm as human as everybody else, right? Do I sometimes neglect stop losses because I'm trading with my heart, knowing, thinking, hoping, praying that we're going to bounce. Yeah, and I'm looking at charts and the overall the triple Qs and things like that. Absolutely. So it's more than a gamble. It's I mean it's less of a gamble, more of a educated run where you're looking at all these things, you're evaluating, and then you're pushing the button to go. But I guess the key thing that I wanted to make sure that everybody understood is it's really all about being able to press the button, having the mental fortitude to be able to say, this is my stop loss. And like we teach, it's all about having the three things together. It's entry, it's your first partial, and it's your stop loss. Those three things for every trade. You ought to be walking through the trade immediately talking about, this is my entry, this is where I'm going to take my first partial, and this is where I'm going to have my stop loss every single trade.
Well said.
and then push the button when you get there, okay? Because you'll stay in business by doing that, and that's important.
Well said. Absolutely agree. AG doesn't use hard stops. AG will have to explore that one a little bit, but that's okay. Michael P, that's exactly why I'm in scalp mode. Green sell, 1 second market can flip. Yep. Here you, Michael. Aloha, by the way, representing Hawaii lifestyle. Paul says I use chart trading and just drag the stop down or up. Yeah, totally. I get it. I can do that too on mine, which is nice. It's fun to do that. I don't use it as much anymore. I just kind of, I used to do that where you can just drag the level. You see a lot like on whatever YouTube and stuff, or order filled or whatever. I hear you. Another thing I'm trying to do in this volatile market is to sell only half at my stops and the final half if it continues as a loss at the other ATR. So does that make you break even then, Lee? You're basically taking 1-to-1 trades, sounds like? Is that accurate? So you're trying to say like worst case I break even to slightly positive or slightly negative, but if you do catch a runner, then you really bank it. Kind of like my little AVGO trade. Woohoo! I took partials all the way on the way down though, guys. Unbelievable move. I've got baby size left on this AVGO trade. I'm looking to see, like, I tried to get into NVIDIA and immediately got ran over. So I'm just watching to see what markets do because, again, bulls were not messing around this morning. And so I'm almost more keen to go long now, even with this bad news, even though we took out session lows, even though we should have broke terribly to the downside, somehow we're bouncing. So, like, I'm not going to fight the tape. I'm going to trade what I see. If I could buy this dip and get a lift, like let's say on Tesla right now. Again, I hate to just look at Tesla, but it's like it's a big mover. I'm also watching JP Morgan up here at 231.40, 231.50. Might be a fun level. It just doesn't move enough for me though. For it to move like a point or two, it's like, nah. Oh, I see, Lee. Yeah, Lee says, no, I'm just watching out for news at all times. Yeah, I totally get it. AG says it depends on my entry and my levels and how aggressive the move and my share size, so I don't get nervous on my trade. Well said, though, AG. That's good. Share size is very important. I remember, I mean, heck, it's even now. I'm trying to step up some of my, for example, like even options, you know, like I can take 10 to 20 and like not really care. But, you know, I started doing like 50 or 100 and I'm like, oh my God, it's terrifying. You know, it moves, the option moves 10 cents, $1,000, you know? So I'm trying to get better at sizing even on options just because that's, as you guys know, an area I'm trying to grow. But sizing is important. If you start getting nervous or squeamish about a move, it's probably either your sizing is too big or your entry was wrong or you're, you know, there's a myriad of other reasons, but sizing is a big one. I'm going to close out this AVGO trade in a moment. 176. 176, guys. What a beautiful trade that was, though. Lee says, no, just been watching news for all the time versus just relying on patterns. Yep, that's good. That's good. Okay, we're out of the AVGO trade, guys. Still a winning trade, even on the runners. I don't mind. Just awesome trade. Again, I'm tempted to get long right here.
Yeah, really.
Maybe MSTR again? I don't know. Let me see what Bitcoin futures is doing. Maybe that was just like a little trap, little bear trap. Sneaky, sneaky. I like it. To be fair, the consumer sentiment data was no bueno. So if we are looking at data points, it wasn't good. So, friendly reminder: I will be out next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and will not be here. Scott's going to be leading the charge. I think Scott, are you going to be Wednesday, or we might have like Aggie
So
or Mary
Aggie's
host
going to
us?
come in. I confirmed with Aggie. DVG forgot to tell you. So I'll be leading the room on Monday, Tuesday. I am
Okay.
also gone on Wednesday. It's a rarity for both of us to be gone, but
It
I'll
really
be
is.
gone Wednesday. Aggie will be stepping in to lead the morning session here in the main room. So that'll give her a little bit of further leadership here in the room for Wednesday. Then I'll bounce back on Thursday
Amazing.
with DVG. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think I've got my flight lands at on Thursday morning. My final leg is I land here and I get here I think at like 5:40 in the morning, which is a red eye. Yikes. So if I show up Thursday morning a little bit
Hungover,
tired,
groggy.
you guys will know why. Yeah, man, I'm seriously. I think I'm gonna take a couple long positions here, just maybe. Maybe not MSTR again. Maybe not. I mean, I really do think it's got a shot at pushing like $300 today, if bulls really take over here. But I'm looking at other names.
Okay, I'm going to take a Q trade here. Post the QQQ.
You going long?
Yeah, along over 446 if we get there.
Look at you tempting me with a good time here. What are
Yeah,
you doing?
right.
Oh, let's see.
What's the TQQQ doing?
Ooh, I think you like the TQQQ since what's his name?
Yeah.
Amir was on.
Yeah.
And you're like, wait a minute, triple
Do the same thing
leverage
here at 46. I'll post it here at 46. Whichever one gets there first, I'm going to take it. TQQQ nice. Long over 46.
I can't mess with JPM. It's just too slow of a mover today. But it could catch a flyer, guys. I'm going to put a right here. Small baby size LNG swing trade 215. Hey, that's not a bad entry. 215.63 swing. Not that you guys really care about those ones, but what a pain it is to post this sometimes, man. I kind of miss the color coding. What's Albert Marley doing? I might do a swing trade on that too. Is it $54?
It looks like neither one has broached it yet, TQQQ or the triple Qs. Do absolutely like not AVGO, PLTR here at 87. That's right where that moving average is. Readjust this. I don't know why this thing doesn't.
PLTR. I might join you on this triple Qs or the TQQQ.
Yep.
With leverage, why not?
Yeah, you get more play with it because it's less expensive, right?
Yeah, for sure. All right, I'm gonna do it. I'm getting in it. Let's go. Boom. In. TQQQ. $46. Oops.
Okay, I'm long.
It takes me forever to post this thing. What a great trade this will be. It'll go to $50. Big boom, we call it. Big boom. Where's that? There we go. There we go. Yeah. Now's the moment for retaliation in the markets. Watch the Qs break out literally over this 44675 area. We get above that, ripper. We don't get above it, game's over.
Okay, target on PLTR is going to be 88. Got to get through that VWAP above it.
I'm telling you, we get over that 200 EMA on the Qs and the SPY. They're like literally they're emulating each other, which is a great thing. This is why I said we're like technical, very technical lately. Volume in the SPY, volume in the Q, nearly equivalent. Chart looks almost exactly the same. Levels look almost exactly the same. This is a lockstep market for bulls versus bears. So a good opportunity for us as traders. Like if we reject this area, maybe a good opportunity to short. If we get above this level, great opportunity to continue this long position. So cue the disclaimer, of course.
I got 30 cents made on PLTR.
TQQQ. Bingo.
They get you some weekend drinking money here.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you for calling out that trade right there because I loaded that thing a bit. So let's see if we can get a proper move here. Guys, notice as soon as we got over that 200 EMA, now bulls are in charge. And I don't think they're going to want to let go of this position for the rest of the day. It's a decisive move. It is one where they're like, hey, we're going to buy this market. We're going to push this market regardless of what happened. Now the key is, remember, look left. Look left. What does it mean? There's plenty of levels of liquidity of overhead that we could run into. So as you see those levels, obviously cue the disclaimer, it's your money, do whatever you want with it. But it's important to note there's probably going to be a higher probability of people taking partials or taking profit along the way. So there's a lot of, we'll say, overhead resistance that we're going to have to break above for bulls to continue to remain in control, which means, again, this move is even that much more decisive, right? So just be patient here. We should get at least a push to test these, highs here on the left. Beautiful move. Thank you, Scott, for calling that one out, bud.
Yeah, no problem.
Nice one.
No problem. Let's hope it continues here. really liking the PLTR. So we approach that VWAP. You can see now, again, those of you that use the VWAP, or as DVG has, some of the moving averages, you can see specifically on the VWAP, which is the only one that I use. I mean, we're right there right now on PLTR. And again, if in fact we can get through this VWAP line right here, sky's the limit. We could see that 88, 89 area again. We'll see.
Congrats, Jeff. Beautiful move. Yep.
Yep.
Jeff went long, it looks like.
Yep.
AVGO, my favorite name.
Yep. I'm in there, PLTR at 87. So we'll see. Again, doesn't move as quickly as what I would love it to do, but
here comes the spike. Here comes the spike. Boom. TQQQ, $47. I'll take my first partial off of there. That's a big move for me, man. Thank you, Scott. Seriously.
Yep. No problem.
I know it's only 50 cents, but it's a big position. So,
yep. It allows you on something like TQQQ, it'll allow you to take, a couple thousand shares or more on something like that versus playing and you heard me walk through it. I didn't articulate it, but I did mention, you could have gone long the QQQ or the TQQQ. And I think bang for the buck, you can get more share size and more profitability on something like TQQQ versus the QQQ. I would have probably done less than half of the share size on the QQQ versus TQQQ.
Yeah, something I guess, and again, I never know if this stuff is worthwhile for people just understanding some of the stuff in more detail, but when you have levered ETFs like that, like the TQQQ, there's several for like the SPY or even like EVXY, like there's other levered ETFs out there. And the way it works, a lot of people are like, well, wait a minute, I don't understand if it's, a 3X, 2X, whatever. It's based on that daily move. So a lot of times people think it's just an overall collective move, but no, it's a 3% move or 3X move on today's move in the Qs. And then respectively, when markets close, it does the same thing again tomorrow and so on. So it's not always like some people are like, well, wait a minute, why is, if the Qs are up 447, how come the TQQQ is not at like 1200? Because it's not a 3X of the value, it's a 3X of that move for a given day. So if you see a 0.25% move in the Qs, you're going to see a 0.75% or 0.7%-ish type move in the TQQQ. So hopefully that helps, because I've had that question before about if it's a 3X bull or bear ETF, why am I not making 3X the money? And my response is, technically you are. Technically, on a percentage basis. You got it, Vincent. Yep. Okay, push now, please, Qs. What are you doing? Don't give up on us now, just because you got over the VWAP.
Yeah,
we did see some. Good.
You could just see, for instance, PLTR, what that VWAP means to that stock, right?
Mm-hmm. Just shy of it and a rejection, huh?
Yep.
I will say though too, the behavior yesterday was very, very peculiar in the sense that, so at the bottom of the day we had a big dark pool purchase. So literally at the bottom of the day yesterday, and then we also had dark pool sell at that 452.31 level we've been talking about on the Qs for a long time. So. Oh no, TQQQ, what are you doing? You're taking away my weekend. Whoa. Hold on. Come on here.
Needs to get in gear.
That's not even Fed Williams speaking. That's someone else talking. Someone else is putting data out there right now. Fed's Musalem. So here's a fun little soundbite I just got in. Consumer sentiment crashes to 3-year lows as inflation expectations spike to 1981 highs, according to the University of Michigan. Does that give you the warm and fuzzies? No. Still not giving up on this TQQQ trade because it's fine for now. Whipsaw territory. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to peel off some of this on the TQQ in a minute, even a small winner loser. Just we're getting into headline territory, it looks like. By the way, UBS just downgraded Meta again. LMT, guys, I think I like the military names right now, to be honest. And I hate to do that, but I don't know. This is getting ugly. Very bad. Big bad. Let's see, META.
Maybe just a small pullback here before we rip again. We'll see. We haven't been really ripping, so to speak.
No, that's what I'm worried about. Is Bulls have been holding their ground, but they really haven't stepped up ever since they announced the 90-day pause. I think people are just starting to realize, okay, let's find some stability in the markets. Let's maintain a few levels, but let's figure out what this looks like for supply chain, so on and so forth. The trouble is, though, is like, I mean, yeah, I feel like more and more money is going to start leaving the table because people got maybe filled on that gap up the other day. And our 50% retrace from that initial move all the way up puts us at 445.10, call it. Just using a fib. So I'm just kind of curious on how much money holds this area or starts dumping. Man, it's just frustrating a bit, huh? So if you guys are wondering what I'm talking about, take the where the initial spike happened, so call it 421.55 on the Qs, where that spike took place just on Wednesday. They made the announcement and do a 50% retrace. So you grab your fib or just take a measurement tool and mark that on your chart. It puts you right at 445.10 from that move. Obviously, if you start using fibs from the lows, which we talked about last night, that's a different number. But if you notice, it's pretty darn close. Pretty darn close. What is Goldman Sachs doing today? They report on Monday. Okay, not bad. This one's talking about effects on tariffs could have an effect on wages and could take years. So really instilling confidence right now. This takes quarters or years for tariffs to take effects into the economy, and uncertainty on tariff announcements is a headwind. I knew it. Now they're talking about it'll have an impact likely on revenues as people reconsider supply chains. You gotta love it. Does anybody remember before the tariffs were announced, we were here talking about supply chains and how it could have an impact on that, and then they finally made the tariff announcement? Now everybody's talking about supply chains. Like, yeah, even if it was 10%, that has an impact on your supply chain. Now it's 140% for China alone. Here it comes. Boomstick. Boomstick. There's a huge order block that just smacked the Qs, the SPY, and all the Mag 7 names. Let's see if that holds. Let's see what Jeff is saying here. You're trying to short Tesla at 248, and I might get stopped out. Okay, I'll pull a Tesla real quick. Risky business there. I see what you're seeing there. And you think if Tesla breaks low day, hits 244, it's going to tank. Yeah, I mean, just remember, if you're a bull and you bought in and most of your position is at 262 and you've got, one last chance to do it, what day are you going to do that? And I, by the way, maybe it's not even just 262. Like, look at the run that we had just the other day on Wednesday. I think it pushed to like 270 something, didn't it?
Yeah.
So
let's see what PLTR has to offer here. Again, it has to get over that VWAP for us to have a chance.
I think the next big announcement is going to be the EU, not China. China, I think it's just going to be a thorn in the side of these tariffs. But I think if they announce free trade with EU, these markets are going to explode to the upside. Cue the disclaimer. What are the TQQQs doing now? What the heck? Jeff, I'll keep my stop tight on Tesla. Well, I mean, you don't have to keep it, well, again, it's your money, do what you want, but, you've got your high over there. Let's just call it like right around 250, right? 249 and change, right? So I would say technically that's still even a pretty tight stop. If your entry was 248, getting a 249 and a half or, even 250, that's a pretty tight stop on Tesla, right? Because the thing moves around pretty erratic. But good luck on the short, definitely. Not a bad trade. Push back into some of that supply there and dumping. So I like it, actually. Ta-da! There's that big order block I was looking for. Careful, Jeff. Careful, Jeff. Big order block. TQQQ ripping. Scott, thank you.
Well,
just took some off.
Yeah, I'm glad it's working out now. Let's go. I can't figure it out why, DVG. Why is it that we bounce on this big? We just had a three candle downtrend, then we just spiked, right?
So here's the trouble. So right now you've got Fed's Musalim. I'm probably butchering the name. Speaking right now, and then these are like all these big spikes. It's all dark pool stuff. So it's someone floating around going, "Hey, I want to buy X amount of dollars," and it's a big fund, and they'll just hit the tape. It's a tape bomb, and then sellers are in there, and then they get caught, and then they cover or not. Well, I think that's again in a technical sense, they're testing the strength of the bears right now, and that's the challenge with those types of moves is that it could literally be like the fact that we just failed that upside move right then and there, to me tells me that we're probably going lower unless we get a definitive push. Like, notice the technical setup. We rejected the VWAP and the 200 on the dot when we open this next candle. So everything is very, very, very technical right now. But these big tape bombs that show up, it's to see if like they can get a Momo move for, in this case, the bulls, right? But now the bears are dominating and showing, hey, we're in control. We're in control. So we're going to probably see a fight in the next couple minutes. But it's a lot of it has to do with the Fed head speaking, and we've got Williams, Fed Williams speaking now here at 11 o'clock. So, you know, a lot of this is posturing and positioning from the big institutions. And like, again, seeing this rejection, for me at least, I'm glad I took my partial. Money's in the bank. I still got some runners, but it's bulls testing the waters to see, frankly, who's really selling and is it actual bears, I think. Like when I'm seeing how all this is playing out. Because across the board, I mean, Tesla got up there. Maybe you see shorts covering, right? You blow all the shorts out of the way and you run them over, squeeze them. Or they re-ante and load the boat to the downside. So, like, I don't know if Jeff got stopped out on that move. But it's that kind of stuff that, again, games are being played. Like, for me, when I see that stuff happening, we're going sideways right now. This is where, like, again, I've got my runners on the TQQQ. I'll put a tight stop and I'll go make some tea and be done. Like, I'm not playing. I don't have enough money to play around with these games with these guys. You know what I mean? Let's see what Fed Williams is speaking. Let's see what he's saying. So here's a fun one. Look at this. I'm seeing all this stuff of big managers. Okay. Jeffrey Michael cashes out 1.93 million in Corvell stock. Gene Soon Yoon takes money off the table, sells 62.5 million in Acushnet Holdings.
That's golf clubs. Yeah.
Kevin Chang, Ken Yoon offloads 62, also another 62.5 million of the same thing. Acushnet Holdings. Dorian LPG president and CEO makes 532 stock purchase. Okay, that's good. Another Misto Holdings implements a sales strategy on Acushnet. What is Acushnet?
Acushnet is golf, Titleist golf.
And what does that tell you? Tricky markets, y'all. I mean, for me, I'll probably dump the rest of the TQQ here in a moment. I'll give it a little bit of wiggle room, but look, I took my partial on that big spike, but that's disgusting, if you ask me. Beijing raising tariff on all U.S. manufactured goods in China. Whoops. All right, that's going to do it on the TQQ for me, guys. Get rid of all the rest of those runners. That could be it too, Jay. Yeah. I mean, it is. Look, Morgan Stanley and JPM obviously had their earnings. They beat top and bottom. Not a bad earnings call, but if you missed, Jay, last night we were talking about some curveballs that could hit the tape at any given time that are more like a macro concern, at least for me. Cue the disclaimer. It's not, investment advice, whatever. But like, I'm looking at how weak the dollar got. I don't know if you guys were watching that overnight, but if you look at how weak the dollar got overnight, it literally dropped below $100. And That's not good. The only time that's good is if you have low rates and a weak dollar. That's usually pretty good for markets. Not always exactly a direct science, but there are inverse relationships there. So that's one. Rates is another, and then seeing forex markets, which we've been talking about for a while, but namely the bond market. So the bond market right now is a lot of money from other countries in our bond market, like a lot of money. So I don't know if you guys have been watching that, and then that naturally will have an impact on credit markets, which is even bigger when it comes to having an impact, because it's how we borrow, lend money to big corporations, which then in effect help create jobs, help create, right? Like that's a big economic booster, is the credit side of the house. So when credit markets are flipping and flopping, it's no bueno. Jeff, congrats. Way to hang on to that Tesla trade. Here comes your 244 break.
Yeah.
Nice, Jeff. Yeah, Scott, I'm not getting the warm and fuzzies, man. I'm worried we're going to just get chopped up
Yeah,
today.
I mean, I see the same thing happening now.
I'm going to probably pull the plug on the rest of my eye-opening experiences for the for the day. I still like MSTR. I think Bitcoin maybe gets a chance of bubbling up because of this whole tax announcement, right? Around like helping crypto traders around taxes and how you report it. So maybe, again, it hasn't been officially documented what that's going to look like, but it only takes one tweet for stuff like that to change. It's crazy, man. What world are we living in right now, Scott? It's wild, right, man.
I know.
Well, I officially have nothing on in the markets. So MSTR, maybe I'll take a little nibble, tiny share size. Apple getting a little bit of love today because I think, there's talk of them making iPhones here in the US official. I wouldn't buy an iPhone even at $1,000. So what makes you think I'm going to buy it when it's $3,000? You know what I'm saying? Actually, I'm going to go for it. MSTR, small size, 187. Oh, that's gross. 187.20 or 287.25 is what we got in. It's a little size. That's okay. And I'll probably hold this into the close. Put like a 5-point stop on it. It's such a really small position. I just don't want to keep staring at the screens all day. And it's already 11 o'clock.
I'll give it 5 more minutes and then I'm going to rip here. Going to be probably a small red day, but you never know what this market's going to do, especially on a Friday. You got to applaud the market. At least it's hanging in there pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Like you were saying before about the about the bulls kind of coming in and having a stand here, if you will.
Yeah, it's just frustrating to see like that big spike and then
Yeah.
immediately have it sold into.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
again, it's just testing those levels and pushing stuff around. But that's all algo trading. I mean, that big order block was someone just saying, I'm going to buy it. And then algo said, no, we're going to sell right into that. Thanks. So just kind of asserting a little dominance, we'll say, from the bear side after that huge push. What the good news is, though, is the bulls have it in them. And it takes, 3 candles like that, and we're putting a new session highs. Let's see. Michael P says he's out. Old man nap time. Oh, yeah, it's early out there in Hawaii. Tough life you're living out in Hawaii, huh? Right on, Michael. Appreciate you being here. Jeff B. But honestly, the market is pointing lower. It's not looking strong. I'm with you too. I wanted to short this market from the beginning. Again, I am more bullish on Bitcoin or crypto right now, I should say, just because I really think. Well, it doesn't matter what I think, but let's just say I have some growing concerns. There it is, Jeff. You got your 544. Thanks for posting. Nice trade, man.
I mean, AVGO 176 even looks good here now too. So don't really know what to do other than just hold pat here. See these markets, what they want to do today.
Ooh, what is that? What is that? That real? Uh-huh.
It's called
Tesla
whipsawing,
phone.
right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be done, man. I don't really want to battle these markets up or down or left or right. I mean, I'll keep an eye on headlines and stuff, and it makes sense for me to jump on, I will. But right now, it just feels like certain stocks obviously getting punished, names like Tesla, what have you. Markets are aiming lower, but I really think we're trying to create a channel. So, do we start to bounce in and around this area, maybe, and then just kind of chop around this, 443 to 448 area, and then maintain that as a potential channel? Maybe. Obviously, we break lower. I already took my money off the table for the day. So, yeah, Scott, that's gonna do it for me. And unfortunately, I'll be gone. Let's see if I'll try to come back on later this afternoon. No guarantees, but because I'll be gone next Monday through Wednesday. I hope all of you have a fantastic week. You absolutely crush it. You guys know where to find me if you have any questions, what have you. Shoot me a note. Otherwise, Scott, hey man, I appreciate you standing in next week and riding solo. But have a great weekend, everybody. Scott, have a great weekend. Cheers. God bless.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Take care, buddy. Have a great weekend. Traders, I'll give it about 5 minutes and then I will be done too. Okay, I think I'm done too. Everybody have a great weekend. Jeff, thank you. Lee, thank you. Michael, the rest of the team here, Clifton, Jeff, Jay, and Vincent, the rest of the team, AG. Thank you guys so much, and ladies for posting. Seth as well. I know he's gone. Everybody have a great weekend. God bless you all. Godspeed. I'll talk to you on Monday morning. See where these markets finish, starting to accelerate to the downside just a bit, but looking forward to see where we go today. All right, everybody have a great one. God bless you all. Godspeed, and we will see you on Monday. Take care of yourself. Bye-bye.
We doing party people? Got a crew in here? Can you guys hear me? What's up, Dan? Well, check it out. 45231. That's the level I'm watching on the cues. 45231. We are there right now. Area of support resistance. Let's see what we do around here. Obviously, we're seeing a strong push here in markets. Tesla make an announcement. They're going to pull back some of the models in China. I think the Model X and Y or something like that, just due to the tariffs. Bulls for sure representing today. When we looked at it earlier today, we saw that, some fluctuations in the markets, some opportunity to short, some opportunity to get long. And overall, bulls decided to bring the horns out. And we saw it really around, I wouldn't even count this initial bounce up here on the cues, but right around about 11 o'clock or so. So let's talk about it. Just watching these markets, listen to some of the news, and guys, MSTR, pretty cool. Really small share size it took and just like set it, forget it. That's pretty neat. We're up pretty significant on that. A nice 10 points. But I'm considering some swing trades here. Apple's approaching $200. Nice CTA purchase scheme happening there. Just steadily chugging up to that $200. Tesla 247 we know was a level. Actually, I have it at 246.82 was a level, and we went through it, so I might have missed that opportunity, but that's okay. I'm keeping an eye on it. Maybe there's an opportunity to buy at that level again if we approach it. Palantir trying to hang at the VWAP. I'm also watching LMT with a huge push to the upside. Maybe a little too late for me to jump in there, but I was watching that earlier in that pullback and just ended up looking at other stuff, unfortunately, and missed that opportunity. JPM slowly marching a little higher. Overall market's looking pretty healthy, but this is what I mentioned earlier about kind of stabilizing. This is what I was thinking could happen today, but maybe not after seeing some of the price action this morning, even though bulls were pretty strong, but maybe enough is enough. I don't know. So if you haven't marked your charts, I have that 45231 level on the cues marked. And then the SPY is 533.75. We haven't quite got there yet. Kind of some levels I'm watching to see if they become resistance or support. So I'm open to either direction, possibly even short to the VWAP in these types of situations. But let's give it a few minutes to see if we actually decide to break down. Again, it would be more of like a scalp, right? Because definitely bulls have taken over control for the session as of right now. But, I'm looking at key levels that might be of interest. Again, Tesla down at that 246.82. If we get down that low, what does it do? Maybe even call it 247, because I know that seems to be a big level of interest. And given that they just had some news that could be helpful. Looking at markets more broadly, oil looks okay today. Not too major of a move, though, for me to get overly excited, but I do want to possibly put some additional swing trades on oil. So I'm actually going to look at that now. CVX looks great here at 135. So I may start to nibble on that. Again, I'm going to have to wait for a pullback. Exxon pushing nonstop session highs. LNG looking pretty good. New session highs. So that swing trade's working out, which is nice. LMT was the one I wanted to get in on first swing trade, and I won't touch it now. Who knows? Maybe now's the time to get in at 475, but I don't know. I'll wait. What are you guys looking? What's gaining y'all's attention right now? Costco looks kind of interesting. Same with Walmart. Goldman Sachs getting a pump here into earnings on Monday. So let's see if we get a pullback there. Might be interested in that. All right, Tesla's giving maybe a shot here at this 247. Let's keep an eye on it. What else? Caterpillar, I can't really buy that, to be honest. See someone mentioning Alibaba. You know, I'm going to be a little more of a skeptic on these ADRs moving forward. Baba is one of them. If anything, I might be interested in something like FXI, which is representative of ETF of China's large cap, and that's an actual regulated, ETF here on this side of the house. Versus these ADRs, it's like an IOU, which is kind of tricky. So unless you're trading on that actual exchange, your exposure is a little bit different. Get nothing wrong with it, but it's essentially kind of like a derivative of sorts of the actual stock itself. So I'm trying to be mindful of some of that on these ADRs. And again, sent that list to you guys before and last night. Curious, anybody using that? It's okay if you're not. Argentina absolutely crushing it today though in the ADRs. So here I'll paste it again. Giving some free PR for this website, but it's pretty useful. Like in perfect world, MELI is something I like, but it's just too expensive for me, to be honest. But so I'm going to keep an eye on FXI here. Qs are pulling back a little bit. No surprise. I didn't really short it. But and unfortunately for me, the TQQQ, I don't know if you guys stayed in that trade or not. Ended up, I just dumped it so I could enjoy my lunch. But coulda, shoulda, woulda. And that would have been a nice trade. So shout out to Scott. But I ended up getting out of that position a little early. It happens. It's okay. We got paid on it. We gave back a little bit. No big deal. All right. I like this candle here on the Qs. So maybe it's time to look for some positions to go long here. Let's see. Tesla's here at 248. Now I still want to see a little more selling. Okay, there we go. Let's get a push down to 246.82. I want to see, I call it the needle and thread. That's not the real name, but break through that level and then come right back up through that level is where I'll basically put my entry. Dan, what are you watching right now? I see Mark post this Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, NVIDIA coin MSTR push. Unfortunately for me, I only got to take advantage of one of those. That's MSTR. And coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? I mean, would have been nice to my initial position that we got paid on this morning. Awesome. Not upset about that. But, ended up letting the runners go. Then we had a bounce and decided to get in midway, but with a smaller position. And, thankfully I'm not going to be upset for getting paid, but a little bit of a bummer there. LMT, really just a beast now, above 475. What are these options worth? Ooh, 490 for next week. 260. Well, that's the low point, so I might be interested in that. I mean, I don't see it pulling back though, so I might have missed out on that. I don't want to pay too much premium though, but that's not too bad. 490 call options for a nearly $500 stock for less than $3. That's and a week. Very tempting. Very, very tempting. MSTR, beautiful move. Beautiful move. I'm going to take half of my position off on MSTR here in a moment. Let's see what it does here at these highs of session. If it keeps pushing, I'll let it keep running, but darn. You know what I mean? Yeah, Mark, I hear you, man. It's all good. I'm curious to see. You must have a massive office if you got two separate desks you're rolling back and forth from. I've got massive screens though. I actually have two that I technically I have another three, but I used to have like 6 monitors, and then I bought these 2 huge like 49-inch widescreen monitors. They're just stacked on top of each other, but I'm gonna put up like 2 more that are really more so, frankly, so it's easier to like chat with you guys and stuff. So like right now, you guys are taking up real estate right in the center of one of my screens, which, you know, as much as I love that, that could be room for charts and stuff, and then have you guys on the side basically for chat stuff. Keep an eye here on Tesla, watching the Qs. Nice little profit taking. All right, I'm going to take half of my MSTR little baby position, but I'll let the rest run. We're up like 10 points on those positions, so it doesn't matter. Almost 10 points. It's close enough. Okay, here comes the last chance on the sellers. Let's see what happens. $24682 is the level I want to see Tesla little break through and then come right back up through that level. So I'm actually gonna put that number in 24682, but I want to see it break below it first, and then I'll put my order out there to fill if we get back through it. So let's wait. We're down at 247 right now. Let's see if we get a little aggressive selling, scare out some of those retail traders. We're almost there. We just got down to 24698, 90 actually. Okay, let's see it break now. There we go, 24680. There we go. Putting my order out there at 24682, guys. 24682 on Tesla. No fill. It's okay. 246.82. That's where I have my entry now. If I can get a better entry, I'll take it. But right now it's up there, so I want to see it do exactly what it's doing now. It's breaking a little bit lower, but below that level, it's at 246.50. And then what I want to do is on the way up, I get filled, and then I get to enjoy the ride on the upside. Also watching NVIDIA bounce off its 200. Looks nice. Okay, we're about to get filled here on Tesla, I think. There we go. It just filled right at my number. So hopefully I don't get screwed here, because it literally just grabbed my shares. Again, it's not a huge position, but it'll be my first trade of the afternoon. Maybe my only trade. We'll see. You gotta love it. It literally reached up, grabbed my shares, and then, like, you know, continued selling, but it's all right. Smaller position, you know, maybe if we get an aggressive push, then it gives me an opportunity to add. If we get over, maybe the VWAP, maybe. Okay, no worries. Moving a little lower, it's okay. Here we go. I'm watching the Qs now. I think we're going to get a pop here. I'm going to put an ad on this Tesla trade over 24765. Okay. Small ad if we get up there. There we go. We're green now on this trade. Let's get 24765. Come on, Tesla. Help me with this ad, please, so we can move higher. FXI, I don't know. I don't know yet. LMT, though. Do I take it? Question. Let's maybe go for it. I don't know what my fill would be there. Yeah, I don't really love that. The spread on these options are massive. Okay, getting ready to get my ad filled here on Tesla. 24765. We'll get the ad. Nice slow and steady trade here. Nothing drastic, not doing a big push or huge volume or huge size. Just trying to get a little couple $100. Pay for dinner tonight. Got a beautiful date with my wonderful bride. Looking forward to that. It's Friday, baby. Friday. Okay, getting close to my entry. 5 more cents, almost there. I should say my ad, rather. 24765. Come on. We're 2 cents away. Good, not a huge position. Made plenty of money today, just trying to, see if we can take a couple trades. Maybe it helps as we're walking through a few of them. On the off chance I'm wrong, I lose whatever. Maybe $100. No fill, no ad, guys. Still on the original entry. We didn't get filled on the ad there. We missed it by 2 cents, which is fine. Ooh, that's gross. That's an ugly candle. Yikes. Ugly candle on the Qs right now. Look at these games. That's why it's kind of fun when you have a smaller share size. It's not as you don't cringe as much, I suppose. I'm like, yeah, it's fine. It's, a few bucks. It's like 2,000 shares. It's like, oh my god. It's all relative, I suppose. Spy's got to go to 533.75, y'all. If bulls want to remain in control. So I'm going to look at, let's see what Monday's, what does Monday's call options look like? Okay, we've got Witkoff in Russia right now to speak with Putin. And talks with Iran will be direct, okay. Let's look at the SPY real quick. $533.75. So that's what, 534. Let's look at Monday. How much are those? No way. $600. Forget it. Forget it. I'm not doing that. I mean, I could sell them. Take all that premium. Thank you very much. Oh, Tesla, don't do that. Guys, I'm going to move my ad to my original entry, 24682. Okay. Oh, Model S is what they stopped taking orders from on Tesla, which were imported from the US because they wanted to raise tariffs. Mm-mm-mm. Last night I shared kind of my thoughts on the crypto move, and kind of cool to see it play out like that. I don't know how many of you guys were there. I do know how many. We had like maybe 8 or 10 people there, but it's kind of cool to see that play out, right? Going to have the plan, thought process, and you guys know how I feel about MSTR. I'm not a big fan, but it's like almost like a form of a derivative of Bitcoin that you could buy for $300 instead of 80,000. So found my opportunity at work, guys. Let's see if we get our ad here on Tesla. Again, it's 24682 is original entry. I move my ad to that exact price. I think we're gonna have an opportunity here to push. Watch the Qs. We should get a bullish engulfing bar that literally pushes up to 45231 on the Qs. Looking at the SPY, I would have loved to buy some call options, but honestly, guys, they're just way too expensive. I'm not paying it. Here we go. Almost got my ad on Tesla. Again, missed it by 2 cents. Come on. What's up with that? We pushed to 24680. 2 more cents. Come on. You gotta love it. Okay, good. I'm watching LMT for this pullback. Let's see if we get a little more. Maybe down to like, I don't know, 472, maybe 472 and a half. That'd be fun. Get like a 2-point pullback and then jump in. We'll see. Maybe we get a little more. 472. I mean, I'd really love to see it test 470 and a half or so and then get in, but I will see what the price action looks like and behaviors and all that other fun stuff. And that'll be with options that expire next week. Maybe I get a better price on them too. Because right now they're down at like 220 on the low side of the bid, but they're 310 on the ask. So they've got 90-cent spread. No thanks. I'll wait till that tightens up a bit. Ooh, Trump is open to a deal with China now, according to a White House official. Well, Tesla, you're hurting my feelings now. This is why having this small share size is totally fine by me. But if we get the ad at 24682, cool. Dan, what positions do you have on, or what are you looking at the moment? Curious. I don't like this move on Tesla. I'm going to hang in there just because, frankly, it's a smaller position, but I don't like the fact that we just broke this level. It's 246, but it's okay. A little undercut is fine. Assuming we can kind of swoop back upwards, great. But the Q's now looking like I actually want to try the VWAP. We talked about it actually earlier. Pull back down to the VWAP would be great for an opportunity to potentially buy this dip. So maybe I was a little early, fine. And I can't add to a losing trade, so I won't, I won't add to Tesla here. I don't like this push lower though. If we don't bounce right now, I may have to reconsider and then just re-enter, but kind of slow. Look at LMT now. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So is that 220 and 310, and it just gapped up. The ask went to 440 on LMT. So I may not be able to get a hold of these. I had my my bid was out there $2.30. It didn't get filled. I just had it sitting there, and no one wanted to sell them to me. I don't blame them. 24682, guys, Tesla. Here we go. I'm actually going to increase the size of the ad here a little bit. There we go. Target will be VWAP at a minimum, and then possibly maybe around that 249.50, maybe even the 250 area. I think a lot of the rumors around tax cuts, this will be the new hype cycle, we'll call it. You know, like, oh, hey, you can write off the interest on your car, or you could get, you know, the stuff. The whole reason, you know, MSTR and Bitcoin, I think, are moving higher because it's like, hey, we're going to help crypto investors reap the benefit via taxes. Who knows what that means, right? Like, is it tax exempt? I mean, what? I don't understand. No ad on Tesla. We're just creeping lower. So I may have to dump this in a minute, but we'll wait. Watching the Qs here at the 200 EMA. Seeing if we bounce. Obviously, it looks like we'll try at least a view up, so maybe forced out of this position. Tesla, but yeah, could be a fun one. If we can get back in, we'll see. Still in it. On the 90-day mark, Trump will make a decision. Yeah, isn't that the whole point of a deadline? Dan, right on. Yeah. I'm in it now at 24682, and I just increased my share size for the ad at the same level, 24682. So we can get back through that level, and I'll take it for a ride and see if we can get like 2 or 3 points out of it. 3, 2, 1. No. Fed's Collins is now saying no worries about liquidity at all. Huh. Okay. That makes me now worried about liquidity. Two, 4, 6, 8, 2. Let's go, Tesla. Come on. Give me a big push to like 252. That would be amazing. Close the gap. The markets are up 0.8%. Here we go. Let's get one huge green bar that scares everybody away. Come on. Da, 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 da. Time to shift gears, Tesla. I know you don't have them, but let's go plaid mode right now. Okay, getting close, Nope, no ad. Womp womp. Palantir looks interesting. Could be a dragon breakout. Could be. I mean, obviously, I'm looking at it at a 1 minute, so I don't want to see what I want to see, but it's either that or it's either a breakout or breakdown, but that's like a nice setup for a push higher to these, 90. Keep an eye on Palantir as well. Hey, I might get 472 after all in LMT, but maybe I won't want it. I'll wait till it keeps selling. 470 maybe. Might be interested. Maybe. Mm-hmm. You know what? I'm gonna put down there for $1.80. Let's see if anybody will sell them to me down there. Well, look at Palantir now. Tesla. Palantir. Okay. Whoa. It's a big volume candle right there. We just got our ad on Tesla. Now, please don't fail right now, Tesla. Keep moving. Ooh, Palantir looks interesting. Really does now. Do I go big? I don't want to risk too much. Let's see. Options are kind of expensive. I'd rather just buy the stock. Tesla flirting with my entry, kind of. Hello. Here come. We're taking the top off now, y'all. SPY to 533.75 needs to hold that level. If bulls want a chance to survive into next week, that's the number. So I imagine we'll probably get a little more of an aggressive push so they can make their money, then sell down to that area for support. Hopefully that doesn't turn into a ceiling as I'm long this position here in Tesla. But again, target's going to be just under 250. If we get more than that, great. Let the runners do the work. But, if I can collect 3 points on this thing, that would be a beautiful trade for the afternoon. I can buy a sandwich. You're looking at NVIDIA over 110. You know what? Look, so 110 is a big level for NVIDIA. 112 is a big level for NVIDIA. 115.15. I use that specific number. Cue the disclaimer. Do your own research, right? But maybe. The problem is like, what's your risk? $1? So you're trying to make $1? What's the high of the session today? Yeah, so it'd be a 1-to-1 trade. Unless you're targeting 112, which again, totally could happen. Because 112 is a big level. So entirely up to you. Obviously, Q's getting stronger, SPY's getting stronger. I don't think that's a terrible trade, but be mindful of that. Bull IPO came out today. Webull sold off. Any opinion? I wasn't watching it, to be honest with you, Lance. Let me look. SK Growth Opportunities Corporation. So the symbol is BULL? Like Webull, the platform, Lance? Is that what that is? Like Hood? Yeah, no, look, MSTR, I still have half my position. It was a baby-sized position anyway, but Tesla's working though. This is great. And LMT, I put my bid down at $1.80. No one wanted to sell me their their options, so no luck on that. And it looks like it's catching a bid as well. Guys, big move now. Palantir. Did I miss it? Shoot. That is a dragon. I mean, come on, man. Oh, why don't I just listen to myself sometimes? Golly. There goes the SPY. We called it. 533.75 is the level we want to see. Here comes the push, guys. Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. Let's go. NVIDIA, working as well. Everything's moving higher. You have to see that move, right, for markets to lift. So Q's now putting a new session high. SPY now up and over that 533.75. That's a big level for the SPY right now. Now, again, if we start to push through that level and continue higher again to like 535, 536, wouldn't be surprised, but we're likely going to see some resistance right at that number. No surprise. Open the candle, sellers, right? But if bulls are serious, they're going to want to push this to a level, maybe, 537, something like that on the SPY. And then towards the end of the day, if there is selling down to that 533.75 for identifying that level of support. But again, that's a big, think of that as a ceiling for now. And as I was talking about that, I probably missed my opportunity for a partial on Tesla. Shoot. It's okay. I'll be patient. Counting on a bigger push from the bulls. I want to see the bulls try to show some aggression, flex their muscles a little bit, push the SPY again, maybe up to that 536 area or so. And once we do, I'm going to be clicking to take my money off the table. 548.69. Yeah. Oh yeah. We'll get 549 and a half. Come on. MSTR, beautiful move. 300 next target, guys. 320 is ideal. So at this point, guys, I have a massive stop on this. I shouldn't say massive, but we're up pretty big on this trade, and I don't mind just letting it run potentially even until the weekend. Webull Corp looks like Webull Trading Company. Yeah, it's probably Webull Trading Company. Yeah, I don't really have perspective on land. Sorry. The only thing I think of is look at its comparative companies. So look at Hood, right? What is that doing? Now I'm really upset about Palantir. I literally was watching that. I saw the setup. Dragon breakout. There it is. Oh, brutal. Brutal. Did anybody take PLTR? Because if you did, congrats. That was the setup right there. And the tail, 2 feet, boom, breakout. Shoot. You don't see that pattern very often. But it's a powerful one in either direction. And right now when the markets are moving higher, like Palantir, I mean, $90 probably coming, 89 at least. No guarantees, cue the disclaimer. But very uncommon pattern, but very powerful pattern. Okay, I'm going to get ready to take a partial here on Tesla. Beautiful move. We're up 2 points on it. Let's see if we can get a little more. I want to see a 249.5 print. That's what I really want. Maybe a 250. So let's see if we get it. We're running. LMT, no trade, unfortunately. I put these out for sale, or to buy, rather. And no one wanted them. No surprise, though. All right, guys. We're in a 249 print on Tesla. Let's get it. Let's get it. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Boo. Okay, there it is. There it is. Let's get 249.5. Yes, yes. Almost, almost. Here comes. There's an order block. Let that one fill. Hit it. There you go. There you go. Keep it going. Keep it going. Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. That's good enough. Took some off. Boom. LMT now exploding to the upside. Jeez Louise. Guys, hopefully some of you guys took some of these trades. Hopefully. Again, NVIDIA, the only reason why I don't like it is NVIDIA has been an incremental mover, meaning 10, 15 cents at a time. And it's NVIDIA, which is scary to me. And the reason why it's scary is because it only takes one big someone to hit the tape bomb, and that thing can launch 2-3 points in either direction, and you'd be left caught holding the bag if you're on the wrong side. And it needs to be a little bit more aggressive for me to really enjoy trading NVIDIA, not so much the opportunity to win or lose money, so to speak. But it's what scares me is that there's incremental buyers and sellers in fractions of a cent, basically, at this point. There's a 1 or 2 cent spread and it's trading 200 million shares in a session. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so what's it going to take to move it 5 points? One person buying 1 million shares or another 50 million or 100 million shares? You know what I mean? So it just tells me that people are stacking up at, like, again, we play a zero-sum game. Like, I always say that, but it's just, if somebody is selling, someone has to be buying. And if you're selling at a 2 or 1 cent increment, at what point does someone go like we saw these big run-ups? When you go limit high, people just say, hey, I will pay whatever the ask is to move, it's hence limit high, to move markets higher. And so you're basically pushing price action. And so if you're a seller and you got sold into, whether you were, let's say you owned the stock or you were a short seller, like a lot of times people right now are saying like, oh, it's a short squeeze and all this other stuff. A lot of times it becomes a question of liquidity. Like, is there enough shares? Like, if I wanted to buy, let's say, 1 million shares right now of Tesla, is there 1 million shares overhead that I could buy that are for sale today, right now, and at what price? And therefore, if they were, let's just say there was 500,000 sitting at 248, and then from 248 to 256, there was only 200,000. Well, I would buy that entire block up to 257, and then my dollar cost would average in there, right? Now, typically these guys have algos that can help, hey, I want to buy 1 million shares, and I'll buy them 100 at a time, 300 at a time, 200 at a time, whatever. And your algos basically distribute that purchase block instead of a tape bomb that goes, hey, someone just bought 10 million shares or whatever. And then they buy a gap. And then magically sellers can show up at that new price point. So let's say I push the price up to 256 because there wasn't enough sellers in between 248 and 256. But then there's a bunch of sellers that see that huge gap up and they go, well, I'll sell them to you at 256, right? And then they all just start selling into you. Well, there's not enough buyer supply to handle or support that new level. And then, now short sellers start coming in, if that makes sense. So again, the mechanics of markets are important to note because, again, when we see these big moves or these huge like gap ups like we saw when we're postponing things for 90 days, that basically is what happens. So one person, it's not just one person, it's all the institutions, they tape bomb everything. They go, hey, we limit high everything, buy it. Because they're reallocating their portfolios, as we talked about with VIX. They get that opportunity. If it gets to a certain level, they can, reshuffle. You know what I mean? Like, do I want more NVIDIA in my portfolio? Do I want more Lockheed in my portfolio? Do I want more Microsoft? Do I want more, MSTR? So like they get that opportunity to do that. And so in doing so, like, they get to distribute that capital. And if you see an opportunity like we saw 90 days, they'll just, market order basically, instead of using the algos to buy in incremental blocks, you'll just see, someone just bought 1 million shares or bought 800,000 shares or whatever, and they don't mind. They'll just pay the market fee, whatever it is. So that's why I think it's kind of funny. Like when I hear people, oh yeah, it's a short squeeze. Well, maybe, but there has to be liquidity up there for them to grab it. You know what I mean? Someone has to be selling up there for them to be able to purchase. And so sometimes just someone like, let's say, for example, they're tired of the market. They're like, listen, I'll sell my Tesla shares at 260, and you put them up for sale. And if enough people do that and someone wants to go, hey, I'll buy that 11-point gap in Tesla as one, let's say one firm, one investor, they'll buy all the shares up into your 260 and including your 260 that you're selling. That's like, you'll see that a lot, especially in like extended hour trading. I don't know if you guys have ever done that. Anybody? Like if you're trading the after hours, you have to buy or sell with limit orders if you're on the retail side of the house. But if you have, if you're a big institution, you don't. You have algos for it. So technically, they operate the same way as you and I putting in a limit order, but it's a machine. It can put in those orders a lot faster than we can type, right? So, but after hours, like that's the only way you can buy or sell those shares. You can't really hit a market order in the after. Hence why a lot of people don't trade after hours. Guys, PLTR, what a miss. Jeez. I'm telling you, like if whoever's going to see this, in fact, I've never seen one. Here we go. Can I steal that? A lot of people call it like a double bottom or a whatever, but it's a certain. Let me see. I don't know if I can paste this. Oh, look, it worked. That's kind of cool. Didn't even know it could do that. But yeah, so if you look at like PLTR and you just zoom out and look left, pretty neat. Pretty neat. The nice thing about some of these, I should say, challenging thing is, sometimes you'll see like here's what a standard double bottom looks like or whatever. And then when you actually see it in real life, you're like, it didn't quite look like that. By the way, NVIDIA looks, hopefully he took it. It's a nice move. Let's see. Tesla. Let's see if we get our 251 print now. Oh, Palantir, killing me. Why are you doing that? Oh, well. You know what? I'm happy with the Tesla trade, guys. I don't know. Maybe take a little bit more off here at 250, 250, and like wherever this green candle ends. And then I can leave the rest, call it a Friday. You know what I mean? So congrats for those of you who took the NVIDIA trade. Good shout out. Don't forget who posted that. Lance, I think. Yeah. So hopefully, Lance, you had a chance to take that. There's your 1-to-1. Again, note where SPY is. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 537.40 area. Just because we're now officially breaking out. But definitely be cautious, pay yourself first, rule number 1, right? Okay, taking a little more off Tesla here in just a moment. Let's see if we can push, waiting for this candle to kind of do its thing. So far, we're putting in a nice green effort here. That's good. 250 print took another little bit off there on Tesla. I think I'm done. Let the rest go. MSTR is up at $300. I'm just going to leave that alone. Awesome day. Awesome day. What about you guys? Talk to me. What positions are you in? Are you still in? Are you have runners? Or talk to me. What are we looking at? You're still in Tesla, Dan? Right on. I mean, like what I have left in Tesla is not going to like really be a material difference unless it goes to like $500. Like it's such a small share size after that partial, because it was a small position. I was going to add, then I increased my add, took it for a run, got my partials. Now it's like, again, I don't say it's negligible, but it's just such a small position. I'm tempted to just close everything. The MSTR position, it's at $300. I could argue I should take some off here, but MSCR has a mind of its own. Sometimes it gets to this level. It goes from 300 to 320 in the blink of an eye. So maybe I get a little bit more. We'll see. And then let's see. Good day, Tesla, Baba, ABGO, all green for me. Sweet. Now gone? What do you mean? Michael, what do you mean you're now gone? As in you dumped it, you're done for the positions? Or all out? I'd love to hear that, though. Congrats, Michael. Is there like I know like in Hawaii, the standard, isn't it? It's Hawaii, right? Hawaii. Like there's mahalo, aloha. Is there like, I know it sounds like a really silly question, but is there like is it a native language? I don't know what to. I mean, I love Hawaii. I like being on boats. So hit the Napali coast in Kauai, and that was special. That place was awesome. Maui's cool to get like the vibe of Hawaii, but yeah, I kind of like Kauai. It's a little more peaceful. I think you're on the Big Island, right? If I'm not mistaken. Going off memory, forgive me. Well, guys, I missed the PLTR trade. That's okay. We got the Tesla trade. We got the MSTR trade. Crushing it. Crushing it. I mean, seriously, I missed the LMT. I was trying to get some options for $1.80, and everyone pretty much laughed in my face. It looks like because, yeah, no, they're filling it like $2.95 right now. So, oh well. Well, that's it for me, y'all. Missed out on a couple. That's okay though. I'm not gonna sit here the rest of the day. I'm gonna leave MSCR to run. It's at 301 now, so like let it grow. It's fine by me. Tesla trade, kind of the same thing. I'm tempted. I'll actually put a stop loss. No, just what? I'm actually gonna give it a 3.5 point trail. That's what I'm gonna do. 3.5 point trail, Tesla. So do your thing, Tesla. Grow, baby, grow. But that's it for me, y'all. Coming up on 2 o'clock. That's way too much time for me to be in markets, to be honest with you. But listen, because I'll be gone next week, literally be gone Monday through Wednesday. So hopefully you guys absolutely crush it next week. I may be doing some trading while I'm out, but probably not. I'll be traveling quite a bit. So appreciate y'all. Have a fantastic weekend. Cheers. God bless.